Honorable Councillors, please take your seats so that we can check the quorum. Please take your seats. Councillors, please take your seats so that we may start. Please take your seats. The quorum does allow us to start the meeting. Honorable Alderwomen, Aldermen, and Councillors, due notice was given of this special council meeting. We are a quorum, and I therefore declare the meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as an absent from the meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our council meeting by observing a moment of silence in prayer or meditation, please. Thank you very much. His Worship, the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mashangwe and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, leaders of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and the public. I welcome you all to this special council meeting. Honorable Councillors, I also extend a word of welcome to the following guests invited to the meeting in terms of Section 130 of the Municipality Finance Management Act for purposes of guiding us through the audited annual report of the City of Tshwane and its municipality entities for the 2022-2023 financial year. Office of the Auditor General, represented by Tolani Zitwele. I would like him to stand up so that we can be able to see him. And also Funegani Matonsi, if both of you can stand up. Thank you very much. Chairperson of Auditor, Audit and Performance Committee of the City of Tshwane and its municipal entity, Mr. Robert Cameron Ellis. Thank you very much. I further welcome the representation of National Treasurer, Gauteng Provincial Treasurer, National Department of Cooperative Government and the Traditional Affairs, and Gauteng Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs. Honorable Councillors, for the purpose of informing Council in as far as the leave of absence for councillors from this council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to Council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Chief Whip.
Good morning. Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to, in accordance with the powers delegated to me, to submit to Council that I have approved leave of absence from this Council meeting for the following councillors. From the ANC, Councillor L. Motoa, leave. Councillor Sonia Mabulawa, ANC, leave. Councillor R. Masupa, ANC, leave. And Councillor Lerato Apane, ANC, leave. Then I also approved sick leave for Councillor Zianda Zwane from the IFP, and then leave for the whole EFF caucus, all 23 members. I'm not going to read them one by one, but it includes the whole EFF caucus. And then I did not receive any request for arriving late, and the following requests were received and approved to leave early. Councillor Floyd Tema of the ANC to leave at 12, and Councillor Violet Holwane of the ANC also to leave at 12. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Official notices, there are none. Unopposed proposal by the Speaker and other proposal allowed by the Speaker, there are none. Now I'd like to call upon the Executive Mayor to table the report.
Good morning, Speaker, and good morning to the representatives of the AG as well as the Chairperson of the Audit and Performance Committee. Let me also acknowledge, as you, Speaker, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honourable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Government Business, the Chief Whip of Council, the Chair of Chairs, the Chairpersons of Section 79 Oversight Committees, the leaders of political parties, Honourable Councillors, officials, members of the media, as well as of course, the public who are looking at these proceedings. Speaker, the 2022 AG report was a dramatic turning point for the city of Tshwane. It revealed that long-held assumptions had in fact been incorrect. The metaphor that I've used before is of a plaster being ripped off a festering sore so that the patient can fully recover. And that is how the executive and the leadership of the city has treated that 2022 finding. Not defensively, but as an opportunity to fix what is broken and to build what has never existed before. What we did as an executive was to appoint an executive audit tracking committee to monitor the progress of the administration in implementing the audit action plan, in particular the three fundamental findings that led to the adverse audit, that being on cash flow, creditors, and property, plant, and equipment. As I advised the Municipal Council last year, it It was not realistic for us to redress all three of those fundamental findings in one audit cycle, but we could certainly redress the findings on cash flow and creditors, which we have done, and so we have achieved an improved audit outcome from adverse to qualified. But at no time, Speaker, do we congratulate ourselves about a qualified audit. It is simply the indication of improvement. Whether that improvement is sufficient, we can clearly say a lot of work still needs to be done. In addition to the audit, the Executive Audit Tracking Committee, we also established or continued, as my predecessor had, the Consequence Management Committee, which looked at inter alia whether the accounting officer was taking the necessary steps in terms of redressing the material irregularities that have been flagged and that have been left unaddressed or have been left unaddressed for quite some time. Speaker, so a lot of work still needs to be done, but I believe we're taking the steps in the right direction. To me, the findings, as well as the roadmap to the future, has got two important aspects. The one is rebuilding systems and controls. And here, we as an executive have gone into a great detail, which I believe didn't necessarily happen before. In ideal times, executives don't go into operational details. But rebuilding the systems and controls for us includes a review of business processes to identify gaps for wastage, corruption, and fraud. We have to use our enterprise resource management system, our accounting system, more effectively. We've now made the switch to SAP S/4HANA, and although that has been disruptive, the full functionality of that in compliance with MSCOA also enables better information, better data integrity to make better decisions, and also to hold those who are responsible accountable for results. We've got to take the AG management letter, which is the area of the city manager, as well as what has been agreed in terms of audit tracking, and use those as effective management tools in this process. The second important point, Speaker, is we have to rebuild the tax administration capacity of the city. We can talk about compliance, but if the money does not come in, if we don't do cost-reflective tariffs, if we don't have accurate metering, if we don't have accurate billing and the expeditious resolution of billing disputes, followed by effective credit control, the money won't come in. And we can talk about all of the other things as much as we like, but if the money stops, all of our ability to implement our agenda in government would be compromised. And I believe this project of rebuilding the tax administration capacity of the city will also enable us to do better from a governance and accountability point of view. It is also clear, Speaker, that the AG has upped their game. Simply looking at the previous checklist and doing that checklist and thinking that that is adequate is no longer the name of the game. We now have to proactively take an independent view of our entire system and take initiative from the city side. So the days of tick boxing and fixing things as they arise has to come to an end. In order to do all of this, Speaker, we require a culture change in the institution, and for me the definition of culture is just a shared appreciation of what is important, what is acceptable, what is unacceptable, and what is urgent. Now, a culture is a very abstract concept, but it starts, in my mind, with a change of management. And this, the Municipal Council has done with the appointment of a new top management, including a permanently appointed CFO, who I believe has played a key role in the improvement of our audit outcome and will continue to play a key role in rebuilding the systems and controls that we are undertaking. We've again given the commitment to the AG that we'll continue with the work of the Executive Audit Tracking Committee, the Consequence Management Committee, tracking the implementation of the Audit Action Plan. In addition, we now have a Deputy Executive Mayor who will chair a Section 80 Committee on Capital Projects, and we believe that in delivering on the objectives of the government and making sure that we minimize waste and irregular expenditure on the capital spending side, that governance structure will also have an important role. That having been said, Speaker, we understand this is an accountability process. We are open to the criticisms, the contributions, and any other input received from these institutions, as well as the Council, as well as the public, and we look forward to working together to build a capital city that works for all of its people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Honorable Councillors, now I call upon Mr. Xolani Zikwele from the Office of the Auditor General to guide this Council on the Auditor General audited annual report regarding the city of Tshwane. Mr. Zikwele.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Councillors of the city. Good morning to the executive and also to the city manager and the leadership or senior management within the city. Thank you, Speaker, for allowing us to come and table our report on this sitting. It's much appreciated. Honorable Speaker, I will just go straight into the report. I will try to be as succinct as possible. But pretty much the report that is being tabled today is in relation to the audited financial statements, the consolidated and the separate financial statement of the city. And by consolidated, we mean that this would also have included the entities that are under the city as well. And just starting from paragraph 1, I have audited the consolidated and separate financial statements of the city. This comprises the consolidated and separate financial position as at 30 June 2023, the consolidated and separate statements of financial performance, the statement of changes in net assets, the cash flow statement, and the comparison of budget and actual amounts for the year then ended, as well as the notes to the consolidated and separate financial statements, including the summary of significant accounting policies. In my opinion, except for the effects of the matters described in the basis of the qualified opinion, included in the section below, the consolidated financial statements present in all material aspects the financial position, the financial performance, the cash flow, and also it was in accordance with the South African standards of generally recognized accounting practice and the requirements of the Municipal Finance Management Act 56 and the Division of Revenue Act number 5 of 2022. So, Honorable Speaker, this is our opinion for this particular financial year, and as it stands, it is a qualified opinion. And the basis of this qualified opinion, Honorable Speaker, starting from the first paragraph, in relation to property, plant, and equipment, infrastructure assets as well as community assets were incorrectly valued. In accordance with GRAP 17, previously capitalized assets were incorrectly componentized and revalued, resulting in the value of the asset group recorded in the asset register being inflated. I was unable to determine the impact of the net carrying amount of infrastructure and community assets, as it was impracticable to do so. And then secondly, Honorable Speaker, it's in relation to payables from exchange transactions. In relation to that, I was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that the retention creditors and other creditors had been properly accounted for due to the status of accounting records. I was unable to confirm the retention creditors and other creditors by alternative means. Consequently, I was unable to determine whether further adjustments were necessary to the retention creditors stated at 603,896,508 and 590,658,461. And this also in relation to other creditors that were disclosed at 1.6 billion in the current year and 1.2 billion in the previous year. So, and then moving over then, Honorable Speaker, to employee-related costs. Employee-related costs were not recorded in accordance with GRAP 1, presentation of financial statements. Employee-related costs, as disclosed in Note 36 of the financial statements, were overstated by 415,584,692 due to the cumulative effect of the following individually immaterial misstatements. The first one being overpayments, overtime payments that are stated at 618 million and 615 were overstated by 413 due to employees being paid for more hours than worked. The second being in relation to basic salaries, which were overstated by 1.9 million due to employees being paid salaries after their services had ended. I was unable to obtain sufficient audit evidence to confirm the costs relating to travel, motor car accommodation, subsistence, and other allowances included in the financial statements. This includes also other allowances totaling 591 due to the inadequate system of internal control over employment contracts. I was unable to confirm these allowances by alternative means. Consequently, I was unable to determine whether further adjustments were necessary to employee costs disclosed as 11 billion in Note 36 of the consolidated and separate financial statements. Sorry, Speaker. And then moving on, Honorable Speaker, in relation to other receivables from exchange transactions, I was unable to obtain appropriate audit evidence that other receivables from exchange had been properly accounted for. This was due to the accounting records. I was unable to confirm these by alternative means. Consequently, I was unable to determine whether further adjustments were necessary to other receivables from exchange, stated as 822 and 818 in the consolidated and separate financial statements. And then in relation to other receivables from non-exchange transactions, the municipality did not present other receivables from non-exchange in accordance with GRAP 104 financial instruments. The municipality did not disclose the portion of the other receivables from exchange that are past due but not impaired in the prior and in the current year. This is in relation to public contributions, subsidies, year-end grant debtors, and I was unable to determine the full extent of the understatement in the other receivables from non-exchange transactions disclosure note, as it was impractical to do so. In addition, I was unable to obtain sufficient audit evidence on the presentation and disclosure of the out of fine debtors due to the status of the accounting records. I could not confirm the accuracy of the presentation and disclosure by alternative means. Consequently, I was unable to determine whether any further adjustments relating to this Article fine debtors stated at 595 million were necessary in the disclosure as included in Note 6 of the financial statement. And then moving on to contingent liabilities, I was unable to also obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence on contingent liabilities due to the status of accounting records. I was unable to confirm these contingencies by alternative means, and also I was unable to determine whether any further adjustments were necessary to these contingencies for the period ended 30 June 2022. Also, my opinion in the current year is also modified because of the possible effects of this matter on the comparability of the contingencies for the current period, as well as differences identified in the current year disclosure note. So for contingencies, we identified a material issue in the prior. This material issue continued in the current year, and because of the impact of the comparability of that, I also still have material issues in relation to contingencies. And then moving over to commitments, the municipality did not disclose commitments as required by GRAP 17. The municipality did not disclose commitments on capital projects in progress. Consequently, commitments were understated by 549 million in the consolidated and separate financial statements. In relation to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the municipality did not have an adequate system for identifying and disclosing fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred as required by Section 125 2D of the MFMA. Consequently, fruitless and wasteful expenditure was understated by 1.4 billion in the current year and 1 billion in the prior. In relation to irregular expenditure, the municipality did not have an adequate system for identifying and disclosing all irregular expenditure incurred as required by Section 125 2D of the MFMA. In addition, I was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that irregular expenditure for the current year had been properly accounted for due to the status of the accounting records. As a result, I was unable to confirm irregular expenditure by alternative means, and due to that, I was unable to determine the full extent of the adjustments that is necessary to the balance of irregular expenditure stated in Note 56 to the financial statements. And then moving over to paragraph 13, the municipality did not prepare the segment reporting disclosure in accordance with GRAP 18. Disclosures relating to assets and liabilities for each reportable segment and the basis for each measurement were not included in Disclosure Note 72 of the financial statements. In addition, the financial statements did not include the accounting policy for segment reporting, and comparative figures were not disclosed in the disclosure note in the financial statements. Due to the nature of the matters raised, I could not determine the correct information and amounts that should be processed, as it was impracticable to do so. And then in relation to risk management, the municipality did not correctly disclose amounts in Note 67 of the financial statements, as they contain material differences, and could not substantiate nor reconcile or nor be reconciled to amounts reported in the financial statements. Due to the extent of these differences that were identified in the disclosure note, I could not determine the correct amounts that should be processed, as it was impracticable to do so. So, Honourable Speaker, these paragraphs then form the basis of our qualified opinion, and this would, in a nutshell, then constitute the material issues that we identified in the audit of the 2022 and 2023. In relation to the context of my opinion, I conducted my audit in accordance with the international standards of auditing, and my responsibilities are further described under the section of responsibility of the Auditor General later in the report. In addition, I am independent of the municipality in accordance with the International Ethics Standards Board of Accountants, International Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants, including the International Independence standards, as well as the ethical requirements that are relevant to my audit in South Africa. I have fulfilled my other ethical responsibility in accordance with these requirements and the IESBA code. I believe that the audit evidence I have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for my qualified opinion. In relation to key audit matters, Honourable Speaker, except for the matters that I have described in the basis of my qualified opinion, I have determined that there are no other key audit matters that are required to be communicated at this stage. And then following then in relation to material uncertainty and the emphasis of meta paragraphs that continue on 21 onwards, I draw attention to these matters. However, my opinion is not modified in relation to these matters. The first aspect that I draw attention to is in relation to the material uncertainty relating to going concern that has been disclosed in Note 51 of the financial statements, which indicate an unfavorable liquidity position and a recent negative rating by Moody's, which is unchanged compared to the previous rating, as stated in Note 51. These events and conditions, along with other matters, as set forth in the note, indicate that a material uncertainty exists that may cast significant doubt on the municipality's ability to continue as a going concern. Further matters that I want to emphasize, Honourable Speaker, is in relation to material impairments that are disclosed in Note 5 of the financial statements. Material impairments of 16 billion were incurred as a result of doubtful debt on consumer receivables. In relation to material losses, and particularly electricity losses, as disclosed in Note 64 of the financial statements, material electricity losses of 2.4 billion were incurred in the current year and 2.1 billion in the prior year, which represents 21% in the current year and 19% in the prior year of the total electricity purchased. Technical losses from those amount to 803 million and 769 million respectively for the current and the prior year, which were due to electricity that was lost when it was distributed from the source generation through the transmission and distribution network to the consumers. Non-technical losses amount to 1.6 billion and 1.3 billion of the total losses, and these were due to administrative and technical errors, negligence, theft of electricity, tampering with meters and connections, which form part of illegal consumptions on faulty meters. And then the following paragraph is in relation still to material losses, but in respect to water losses, as disclosed in Note 63, material water losses of 1.1 billion in the current year and 1 billion in the prior year were incurred, and these represented 2% of the total water that was purchased. Technical losses amount to 892 million and 866 million for the current and the prior year respectively, and these were due to physical losses of water through the water distribution network. Non-technical losses amounted to 223 million for the current year and 216 million for the prior year, and these were due to meter inaccuracies, meter estimations, non-metering of water, and unauthorized consumption. And then lastly, on the emphasis of meta paragraph, Honourable Speaker, in Note 71 of the financial statements, the corresponding figures were restated as a result of an error in the financial statements of the municipality and for the year ending 30 June 2023. So this is in relation to the corrections that the municipality would have effected to the financial statements that were tabled in the prior year as a result of correcting material issues that we would have identified in the prior year. And then paragraph, in relation to other matters, Honourable Speaker, I draw attention to the matter below. My opinion is still not modified in respect to this matter. In terms of Section 125 of the MFMA, the municipality is required to disclose particulars of non-compliance with the MFMA in the financial statements. These disclosures do not form part of the audit of the financial statements. Accordingly, I do not express an opinion on them. Obviously, then, Honourable Speaker, the aspects of compliance are dealt with in a separate section of this audit report, but obviously compliance itself does not form part of the basis of the audit opinion. The audit opinion is solely secluded to the financial statements. However, then we do highlight the material findings we have identified on compliance and performance information in the paragraphs following. And then, Honourable Speaker, from paragraph 27 to 30, this is just the expansion of our responsibilities, of the responsibilities of us as an office of the Auditor General, but also the responsibility of the accounting officer in relation to the financial statements that we are talking to now. I won't go into the specifics of those responsibilities. Then, Honourable Chair, this then brings me to the end of the section relating to the annual financial statements. Then from paragraph 31 onwards, we will be dealing with the report on the audit of the annual performance report. Moving from, so Honourable Chair, as required by Public Audit Act 25 of 2004, I must audit and report on the usefulness and reliability of the reported performance against predetermined objectives presented in the annual performance report. Paragraph 32, I selected the following strategic priorities presented in the annual performance report for the year ended 30 June 2023 for auditing. I selected the strategic priorities that measure the municipality's performance on its primary mandated functions and that are of significant national, community, and public interest. So these Honourable Speaker, would be then the strategic priorities that were key in relation to the audit and also taking into account their importance in relation to national, community, and public interest. So we looked at those four strategic priorities, Honourable Chair. And then I will move over to paragraph 37, where we highlight the issues. I would believe that paragraph 33 to 36 is clear enough, as it just expands on the procedures that we've performed and so forth. So from paragraph 36, Honourable Speaker, starting with priority number 1, which is the prioritization of the electrical grid and water infrastructure. This is in relation to various indicators, Honourable Speaker. Supporting evidence was not provided for auditing due to limitations in the system and processes utilized to collect actual achievements. Consequently, the achievements might be more or less than reported and were not reliable for determining if the targets had been achieved. Furthermore, supporting evidence was not provided on how the achievement of the planned indicators would be measured. So this particular finding, Honourable Speaker, would then be affecting the various indicators that I have listed below. Moving over to priority 5, in paragraph 38, this also affects various indicators. Based on the audit evidence that we obtained, the actual achievement for 2 indicators did not agree with what was reported. I could not determine the actual achievements, but I estimated them to be materially overstated. And those would be then the indicators impacted by this finding, or to which this finding is applicable. And then moving over to priority number 6, maintenance and expansion of road infrastructure and public transportation. Supporting evidence also was not provided for auditing due to limitations in the systems and processes utilized to collect the actual achievement. Consequently, the achievements that are reported might be more or less than reported and were not reliable for determining if the target had been achieved. Furthermore, sufficient appropriate audit evidence was not provided on how this achievement of these planned indicators would be measured. And then moving over to paragraph 40, also an indicator that is sitting under priority 6, an achievement of 27.87 kilometer relating to the indicator kilometers of new municipal road network was reported against a target of 10 kilometers. However, audit evidence did not support this achievement. I could not determine the actual achievement, but I estimated it to be materially less than reported. Consequently, it is likely that the target was not achieved. And then in relation to priority 7, a caring city that supports the vulnerable and provides social relief, we also had a number of indicators that we had the issue outlined in paragraph 4.4, which was that some supporting evidence was not provided for auditing, or where it was, I identified material differences between the actual and the reported achievements. Consequently, the achievements might be more or less than what is actually reported, and were not reliable for determining if the targets had actually been achieved. Furthermore, supporting evidence was not provided on how the achievement of these planned indicators would be measured. And then also, in relation to indicator number of informal settlements with access to rudimentary sanitation services, still falling under priority number 7, an achievement of 106 was reported against a target of 108. However, the audit evidence did not support this achievement. I could not determine the actual achievement, but I estimated it to be materially less than reported. Consequently, it's likely that the target was not achieved. And then, Honorable Speaker, in relation to other matters, I draw attention to the aspect relating to the achievement of planned targets. So the annual performance report includes information of achievements against planned targets and provides measures taken to improve performance. This information should be considered in the context of the material findings that I've reported on performance information. So also the municipality plays a key role in delivering services to South Africans. The table that follows provide information on the achievement of planned targets and lists the key service delivery indicators that were not achieved as reported in the annual performance report. The measures taken to improve performance obviously would then be included in the annual performance report that would form part of the annual report. And these these indicators would be then the indicators for priority number 1 and priority number 6, which were not achieved, and also which relate to key service delivery performance. And then in paragraph 45, Chair, I just highlight the material issues that I have noted above, and the related priorities that were impacted by those. So then, Honorable Speaker, that then brings me to the end of my report in relation to performance information. I would then move over to my report on compliance with legislation. I would believe that paragraph 46 to 49 to 48 is similar to the prior year, but it just speaks to the scope and the requirements and the basis of how and why we are auditing this particular section. But from paragraph 49, I would like to highlight the material issues that we picked up on non-compliance with laws and legislation. The first section is in relation to the annual financial statements, performance report, and the annual reports. The first one being that the consolidated and separate financial statements were not submitted to the Auditor General. within the 2 months after the end of the financial year as required by Section 126 of the MFMA, 126(1)A. So that's the first non-compliance, material non-compliance. The second one is in relation to the financial statements and taking into account the material issues that we noted in our basis of our qualified opinion, in that the financial statements submitted for auditing were not prepared in all material respects in accordance with the requirements of Section 122(1) of the MFMA. Material misstatements were identified by the auditors in the submitted financial statements. These were not adequately corrected, and or the supporting records could not be provided subsequently, which resulted in these financial statements receiving a qualified opinion. And in relation to asset management, an effective system of internal control for assets was not in place as required by Section 63(2)(c) of the MFMA. And on expenditure management, Honorable Speaker, money owed by the municipality was not always paid within 30 days as required by Section 65(2) of the MFMA. Also, reasonable steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure as required by Section 62(1) of the MFMA. The expenditure disclosed did not reflect the full extent of the irregular expenditure incurred as indicated in my basis of the qualification paragraph on irregular expenditure. The majority of the disclosed irregular expenditure was caused by non-compliance to Section 1121 of the MFMA. Reasonable steps were not taken to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure as required by Section 62(1)(d) of the MFMA. The expenditure disclosed also does not reflect the full extent of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred as indicated in my basis of the qualification paragraph. The majority of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was disclosed in the Fs was caused by the incurrence of interest on late payments. And then lastly, on expenditure management, reasonable steps were not taken to prevent unauthorized expenditures required by Section 62(1)(d) of the MFMA. The expenditure disclosed does not reflect the full extent of the unauthorized expenditure incurred. The majority of this unauthorized expenditure related to overspending of non-cash items. And then in relation to procurement and contract management, a sufficient and appropriate audit evidence could not be obtained that all contracts and quotations were awarded in accordance with legislative requirements, as the procurement processes that were followed was not substantiated by supporting documentation. Some of the goods and services of transactions value above 200,000 were procured without inviting competitive bids, as required by the SCM Regulation 19A. Deviations were approved by the accounting officer, even though it was not impractical to invite competitive bids, in contravention with the SCM Regulation 36. Similar non-compliance was also reported in the prior year. And then thirdly, sufficient appropriate audit evidence could not be obtained that contracts were only awarded to service providers whose tax matters had been declared by the South African Revenue Services to be in order. This is in relation to SCM Regulation 43. Contracts above 30 million also did not include a condition for mandatory subcontracting to advanced designated groups as required by the 2017 Preferential Procurement Regulations 9.1. And then moving over to consequence management, irregular expenditure incurred by the municipality was not investigated to determine if any person is liable for the expenditures required by Section 32 2B of the MFMA. Similarly, fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred by the municipality was not investigated to determine if any person is liable for the expenditure as required by the similar section. Also, allegations of financial misconduct laid against officials of the municipality were not investigated as required by Section 1714A of the MFMA. Then moving over to strategic planning and performance management, annual performance objectives and indicators were not established by agreement for the housing company Tshwane entity, and also did not include its multi-year business plan as required by Section 93BA of the Municipal Systems Act. The performance system and related controls were not adequate, as they did not describe how the performance monitoring, review, reporting, and improvement processes should be managed as required by the Municipal Planning and Performance Management Regulation 7.1. KPIs were not set for each of the developmental priorities and objectives as required by Section 41.1A of the MSA and Municipal Planning and Performance Management Regulation 9.1A. And then moving over to environmental management, the Rooiwal timber and dustport wastewater treatment works were not safeguarded and maintained to prevent defective, depleted, malfunctioning, and vandalized infrastructure and theft, to operate as intended as required by Section 63.1A of the MFMA. And lastly, in relation to human resource management, the senior managers did not sign performance agreement within the prescribed period as required by Section 57.
Sorry, sir. Councillors, please, can we be in order? You will have time to ask questions. Please, Councillors. Thank you. You may continue. Councillor, please. Please, you've got time for questions. Please don't do that. You are disturbing the progress. Please, we will be given a time for questioning. Thank you. You may continue, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Lastly, as I indicated on human resource management, senior managers did not sign performance agreement within the prescribed period as required by Section 57.2A of the MSA. And Honourable Speaker, the following sections from 69 and 72 relates to other information in the annual report. We did receive the annual report. We did provide our notes in relation to corrections that are required to be made, and we believe and hope that those corrections have been effected. However, obviously at the date of compilation of this report, we had not yet received the annual report for our review. So I will skip that section and move over to internal control deficiencies. So I considered internal controls relevant to my audit of the financial statements, the reported performance information, and compliance with applicable legislation. However, my objective was not to express any form of assurance on it, meaning on the internal controls themselves. The matters reported below are limited to significant internal control deficiencies that resulted in the basis for the qualified opinion, the findings in the annual performance report, and the findings on the compliance with legislation included in this report. The accounting officer did not exercise adequate oversight responsibility over the financial reporting and compliance with legislation, as well as related internal controls. Effective and appropriate measures were not implemented in a timely manner to prevent, detect material errors in the submitted annual consolidated financial statements and the annual performance report, as well as to prevent and detect non-compliance with legislation. The municipality developed an action plan to address the prior significant findings, but the adherence to this plan was not adequately monitored in a timely manner, resulting in, obviously, the material findings relating to the financial statements, performance reports, and the compliance with laws and regulations. Senior management did not adequately ensure that the financial statements, performance report prepared are accurate and complete and are agreed to supporting schedule, as numerous misstatements were identified on the consolidated financial statements and performance reports submitted for audit. Daily and monthly control activities that support accurate and reliable reporting, such as reconciliations, were generally lacking. Senior management did not implement proper record keeping in a timely manner to ensure that complete, relevant, and accurate information is accessible and available to support the annual financial statements and the performance report. The audit team experienced difficulties in relation to delays in submission during the audit due to poor record keeping in certain areas and the lack of supporting evidence for recorded balances and transactions that are reviewed by senior management. Senior management also did not always ensure that adequate controls were designed and implemented and monitored in relation to compliance with laws and regulations, resulting in material non-compliance with laws and regulations. In addition, there was inadequate implementation of consequence management for poor performance and transgressions. So then, Chair, that then brings me to the end of the key three phases of our report, being our report on the financial statements, on performance information, and also on compliance. So then the next section, Honourable Speaker, would then speak to material irregularities, the ones that were issued since we last tabled this report, and also an update on the ones that we tabled in our last presentation in this House. So, Honourable Speaker, I will start, I believe, paragraph 79. These material irregularities are identified as part of the audit process, but these are informed by the extended mandate of the Auditor General's Office as included in the Public Audit Act and the Material Irregularity regulations. So in relation, Honourable Speaker, to the material irregularities that were identified during the audit, we identified a material irregularity in relation to inadequate controls designed to monitor the work of a consultant. So paragraph 81, and the basis of this material irregularity is that reasonable steps were not taken to ensure that the municipality implements and maintains an effective system of expenditure control, including procedures for the payment of funds, as there were no controls to verify the work done by the consultants before processing payments in the 2021-22 financial year, and this was in contravention with Section 65(2)(a) of the MFMA Act. This non-compliance will likely result in a material financial loss if not recovered. The accounting officer was notified of this material irregularity on 19 April 2023 and invited to make written representations of actions that he will take to address the matter. The accounting officer appointed a panel of service providers in 2023 June. In addition, he committed to finalize the value for money audit by October 2023. However, due to the lack of required skills to perform the value for money audit by the initial service provider that was appointed, the committed date could not be met. A request for quotation was issued to another service provider in November 2023, and it is anticipated that a final report will be finalized by March 2024. This report would be in relation then to the value for money audit, which then the accounting officer plans to take action based on the outcome of the audit. I will follow up on the implementation of these actions during my next audit. And then, Chair, then the next section then relates to status of previously reported material irregularities. The first one being the one in relation to overpayment of fuel purchases. So, Chair, with that one, the first portion up until paragraph 92 is similar to the report that we tabled in the previous year. So, Chair, I would just then request that I give you an update in relation to paragraph 93 going onwards. So on 14, so with this one, Chair, it was a material irregularity that we had issued remedial action to the accounting officer and requested him to perform specific actions. This was as a result of previous accounting officers failing to implement adequate action to address these material irregularities. And so then, Chair, the Part 93 to 95 would then be applicable to the financial year. So on 14 March 2023 and April 2023, the accounting officer provided responses and substantiating documentation on the implementation of the remedial action that was issued to him. Further information was received from him on 21 June 2023. We evaluated the responses and these documentation that were provided. As some of these actions taken to address the material irregularities were still in progress and not yet completed, I granted the accounting officer an additional 6 months up till the 4th of February to implement remedial action. On 5th February, the accounting officer's further responses were received in relation to this material irregularity and in relation to completing the outstanding action. I am in the process of assessing the progress made in relation to this, and will then table in the next sitting where we stand in relation to this material irregularity. And then the following material irregularity, Honourable Speaker, also relates to another material irregularity that we had issued a remedial action, as indicated, similarly to the previous one. Similar factors as the previous one. It's an old material irregularity which, was not attended to appropriately by the previous accounting officers. And in relation to the update in relation to those would then begin from paragraph 101 to 103, in that we did receive substantiating documentation from the accounting officer in relation to action that was implemented on 14 July, 11 August. We evaluated these. To implement the remedial action, the municipality then revised its credit control and debt collection policy to provide for the charging of interest on outstanding sundry debtors accounts, and implemented the policy retrospectively, and as a result, the municipality charged interest to the tune of 133 million to these debtors that had outstanding balances. Further information was obtained also on steps that were taken to finalize the investigation into the non-compliance and identify the responsible official for consequence management. On 6 February, a supplementary response was received from the accounting officer indicating that the Group Audit and Risk Department has been requested to appoint a service provider to investigate the non-compliance and identify the responsible person. The appointment of the service provider is still in progress. We will then follow up the progress then made in relation to this last action in the upcoming audit, Chair. Honourable Speaker. Apologies, Honourable Speaker. And then the next material irregularity. This one is not in relation to remedial action that we've issued, meaning that with this particular material irregularity, we believe that the accounting officer is still taking appropriate action. This is in relation to procurement of software licenses that were not utilized. So resources, and the basis of this particular MI, Honourable Speaker, is that resources of the municipality were not utilized economically, as the municipality paid for maintenance and support costs on software licenses procured between September 2019 and 2020, but not used. as required by Section 62 of the MFMA. So the municipality is likely to suffer a material financial loss if the maintenance and support costs spent on the software licenses not used are not recovered. The non-compliance will result in material financial loss if not recovered, and the accounting officer was notified in November 2022. A credit note for 22.3 million was issued by the service provider in December 2022 that will be used towards future maintenance invoices. The accounting officer has taken the following actions to address the material irregularity. The first one being terminating the software licenses that were not in use. The second one being negotiating a new maintenance base on licenses that remained in use with the service provider, and this resulted in the reduction of corresponding annual maintenance from 63 million to 52 million, and this obviously then resulted in a saving of 11 million. The accounting officer also instituted an audit into the utilization of software licenses, which was finalized in July 2023. Initial discussions relating to the design of controls to prevent reoccurrence, recovery of any remaining financial losses, and agreement on pricing options for the new contract is expected to be finalized in March 2024. So, Honorable Speaker, in relation to this one, having implemented the actions that the accounting officer has implemented, the last part that we need to confirm is that the corrective measures as determined by the processes put in place by the accounting officer has been also effected in future contracts, so that we don't see the similar reoccurrence of expenditure incurred for licenses not used. So, Honorable Speaker, we will then follow up on the implementation of this particular action that is remaining in relation to the future contract, which should be signed for this financial year, and we will then give the feedback or status of that in our next, when we come back. And then the third material irregularity is in relation to vandalism of the bulk water infrastructure at Refillum Manor. Honorable Speaker, this is also an old material irregularity stemming as back as 2020. So far, in addition to the actions that we had indicated in our previous tabling, the following actions are in the process of being implemented by the accounting officer. So the accounting officer committed to complete pump station 12 and 15 by November 2022. However, the committed date was not met, pending an electricity connection, which is required before the finalization of the pump stations. In addition, due to the community disruptions, the accounting officer has committed to complete the pump stations by 30 April 2022. So because of these community disruptions, the accounting officer was unable to implement these actions before the finalization of this report. However, the electrical cables and transformers were installed. Connection to the main feeder has not yet taken place. This is required to prevent further theft and vandalism. So the accounting officer is planning to have the connection installed before the end of March 2024. So we will then follow up and provide feedback to Council in our next sitting. And Honourable Speaker, you will see that some of these dates would be dates that have already passed, like the March 2024. However, I would then request Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members of Council to just also take into account that the report itself was finalized before these dates. We will then give an update in our next tabling when we come back for the next audit. And then the next material irregularity is in relation to the pollution of water resources not prevented at Royval wastewater treatment works. This one also, Honorable Speaker, is quite an old one, stemming from as far back as 2021. Since the last time we came here, the municipality had just terminated the contract with the previous service provider due to poor performance. Since then, I think when we look at paragraph 123 from the fifth bullet, a total of 450 million has been allocated to phase one of the project, with 150 split between 2023-2024, going through to 2025 and 2026. The allocated budget will be used for the completion of the phase one of the project and the execution of new upgrades identified to improve the quality of the effluent discharges there. The preliminary technical meeting was held between the municipality and Development Bank of South Africa in June. And in July 2023, the mayoral committee considered the appointment of DBSA as an implementing agent, and DBSA was appointed as an implementing agent in September 2023, and the service level agreement in relation to that appointment was finalized in October 2023. DBSA appointed a general building turnkey contractor for the design and construction of the Royval wastewater treatment plant in February 2024, and they are in the process of appointing the professional service provider and a mechanical engineering turnkey provider. The accounting officer, so this is in relation to phase one and the aspect that DBSA is now looking into. Also, there is phase two, which is the expansion of the treatment plant itself. The accounting officer is in the process of submitting the intermediate business case application to Infrastructure South Africa. The application for funding will be submitted to Budget Facility for Infrastructure upon the approval of this business case by the Infrastructure South Africa. So in terms of that funding, the processes for phase two are still in progress, Honorable Speaker, and we will follow up on the implementation of these actions during our next audit. And then in relation to the payment for an informal trading facility that was constructed, we are glad to indicate to you, Chair, that the actions that we had indicated when we tabled this report in the previous audit cycle that were still in progress within the control of the accounting officer have all been implemented. However, so in relation to this material irregularity, we are comfortable with what has been put in place. Obviously, the perpetrators or whoever who was found to have done some wrongdoing, a criminal case is open for them and is currently ongoing, which we have requested the accounting officer to keep us up to date with the developments that are happening there. And we believe that with that process happening, the remaining aspect of that material irregularity should be closed off. But insofar as the accounting officer is concerned, that material irregularity is resolved. Similarly, on the material irregularity on the payment of inquiry.
Sorry. Councillor Shu, can you be in order, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So, similarly, in relation to the material irregularity on the payment of an incorrect beneficiary, the actions that were in progress in the previous tabling, we are glad to indicate that the accounting officer has implemented those actions and the material irregularity is resolved. However, we do want to make council and you, Honourable Speaker, aware that there is also for this material irregularity a criminal case that was opened that is still ongoing, which then we have requested the accounting officer to keep us abreast with it. And then the other material irregularity that also was resolved is in relation to salary payments made to employees for work not done. The remaining actions that the accounting officer needed to implement was implemented, Honorable Speaker, and this material irregularity is resolved. Yes, so this includes disciplinary processes and so forth. However, we do also want to make note that there is a criminal case that was opened for the former official that was involved in relation to this particular material irregularity, and we will follow that up with the accounting officer as developments continue in relation to this. And then the fourth material irregularity that has also been resolved, where action was implemented by the accounting officer that was in progress in the prior year, relates to the inadequate system of internal controls to safeguard assets. This is in relation to the Bavians wastewater treatment works. So also in relation to that, we are happy with the action that was implemented, and as a result, the material irregularity is resolved. And then also, Honorable Speaker, the last one, which was a material irregularity, which in the previous tabling had a remedial action that was issued against it. This particular material irregularity as well, the accounting officer was able to implement all the actions that was required, that were outstanding in the previous year, and as a result, we were comfortable with the action that has been taken, and as such, the material irregularity was resolved. So in the previous year, Honorable Chair, we had, I think, about 11 material irregularities that were still in progress. Of those 11, I think about 4 or 5 of them have been resolved due to the accounting officer obviously taking action there. So the city is seeming to attend to material irregularities. However, we do want to just make you, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Council members note that the remaining material irregularities are quite old and aged. So we would just encourage the municipality and the CM to prioritize action in relation to that, and one can only hope that when we table this report in the next sitting, these material irregularities will also be resolved. So then, Honorable Speaker, that then brings me to then the end of my report. Paragraph 156, 155 and 156 is in relation to investigations that are there in the environment, which are still in progress, which we will only be able to provide our conclusions or our opinion on them once these have been concluded. And then that then brings me then to the end of my report, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Skwele, the representative from the Auditor General's office. May I plead with the councillors? This is very much important. Other councillors are listening attentively. Can we not disturb? Can we be in order, please? If there's something that you want to discuss, can it wait until we are done? Then we can discuss it later. You will be given time for questioning, so please. Can you ring the bell, please? Thank you very much, councillors. Can we all take our seats? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Please, may you take your seats so that we can proceed. Councillors, please take your seats. There is another presentation that is coming. May I request that all of us be quiet and not have other meetings until the time of questions and seeking clarity questions. Please, can we not have other meetings? Please take your seats so that we can start. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you very much from the Auditor General, which is Mr. Squele. And honorable councillors, I will now call upon the chairperson of Audit and Performance Committee of the City of Tshwane and its municipal entities to respond on the annual audited report for the City of Tshwane by the AG. Mr. Cameron Ellis, please take the podium.
Speaker, Executive Mayor, MMCs, Councillors, City Manager, traditional leaders, colleagues at the AGSA, all protocols observed. We stand at the end of a financial year, and there's a report of 560 odd pages, including 173 pages of financial statements drawn up under very specific rules called GRAP, and also included in the 388 pages of report from the Mayor and the MMCs and the city itself is a performance report. And we've heard the feedback from the Auditor General on their assurance as to the usefulness of this reported information. Last year we got a report that said the financials, they disclaimed an opinion. That they issued an adverse opinion. This year they've given 1 qualification linked to last year and 9 further qualifications. But it is the Audit and Performance Committee's observation that we have a set of financial statements and we have performance reporting that is useful to the users thereof. Not only yourselves as councillors charged with governance and protecting the more than 60 billion rand of assets we have on our balance sheet and the 42 billion rand of annual revenue, but also to institutional lenders in particular. And we've had comments from the JSE about our financials being late, but they are now provided and ready and able to be used by those lenders in the market who wish to examine our financial position and our financial performance. But more importantly, there's information available to our citizens to see how well we have done against the performance indicators we set ourselves when we said this is how we're going to spend the budget at the beginning of the 2023 year. So the Audit and Performance Committee is an independent body. It consists of 5 individuals from the public, highly qualified individuals with accounting, governance, engineering backgrounds that provide independent advice, not only to yourselves, but to the city manager and his employees about the control environment in the city, about the financial statements, and about how to govern the city. I'm a registered auditor. I've been so for the last 30 years. It's an interesting profession. We're out there to bayonet the dead after the battle. But actually, we're here, and the Auditor General, as in particular, they are auditors, are here to provide that additional assurance to the users of financial statements that we've gone through a disciplined process of, at the end of a financial year, tallying up what we got in, what we spent it on, what we have left over, what our assets are, and what our custodianship of those assets are. What is the status thereof? So it's an interesting profession because we're the ones that force entities to actually get to the point where they reconcile. They work out what needs to be written off, what went wrong. It's also interesting, there's a lot of negative things in the Auditor General's report. They come in and they, under international auditing standards, have to assess and report back. And unfortunately, what they report back is generally a long list of things that didn't happen. But right up front there is an assessment of what did happen. And in their opinion, except for those 10 items, what we have is something that users can look at the financial statements and credibly interrogate them, look at our future, predict our future, because that's the purpose of financial statements, is to predict the future. And you, as councillors, are also predicting the future. You're saying, you're setting in the next 3 months, you will set the budget for next year. There's a basis on which you can use to actually set that budget. You can say what needs to be increased, you can say what needs to be cut, and you can prepare for the future, which is the purpose of reporting back and accountability. And the particular thing here is we have independent auditors, and the Auditor General is given a lot of independence. There's very few institutions in South Africa that can stand up to them and say, no, you're wrong. Right? They stand up and they give their opinion without fear or favor, without political interference. And for that we can be grateful that they gave us a list of things that we can actually deal with in the future. Right, so let's just have a look at some of the aspects of my report, and I'm not going to go through the entire report. But one of the things, the environments in which this 560-page report was prepared was a control environment. It's what the city manager is obliged to ensure works and works properly. And again, the things that we point out are where it doesn't work properly. There are lots of things that do work properly. The cash books are balanced. We do our banking. We set off, generally, the receipts that come in go against the taxpayer's account. We actually pay our electricity account. We know exactly how much is owed on that account. There's a system there. And within this system, there are a whole lot of things that could go wrong and which need to be addressed. And again, looking forward from a future perspective, where do we need to focus? And then also looking back, when we pointed these things out in the past from this independent body, have things changed? So the city's control environment remains precarious. There are a lot of things that can change to make it better. For us to be able to spend the money more effectively, to control what comes in, to make sure things don't go wrong. And some of the issues that have been raised in the past have now started to be addressed. So leadership, we have now got a full cohort of Section 56 managers to support the city manager in his efforts to make sure that the city is well run, that take the message that you send and pass it on to the civil servants that work with that 42 billion rand of income that comes in. But leadership still needs to change. That group of people need to start changing the culture of the city. And the culture of the city is changing. There has, for the last 2 years, been a process of addressing the culture, of talking about what is the culture, what do we want to change it to, how do we change it. This is a long-term process. But part of that is what is the key message that is going to come through in terms of what culture we want. And we have values, and we need to talk more about those values when you sit on a Section 79 committee and interact with the officials. We also have the slogan, a city that works for all its people. Is that truly coming out in how the civil servants are reporting to you? How do we spread that culture throughout all 26,000 employees? So there's a long-term struggle to actually change culture. It is not something that can be fixed with a quick computer system fix. And that is a key part of ensuring that we can properly account for the monies we receive and use them effectively to make our city a city that works for its people. So other issues in the control environment that the APC is worried about is consequence management. There have been improvements, and the monthly meetings driven from a very senior level, from a political level, have changed things. Having proper leadership and somebody who understands the use of consequence management and can get it actually done is important, which is important why the city manager's influence, we can now start to see that in what is happening within the city. But this is another one that's going to take a long time to really entrench. Consequence management, the disciplinary action in cases of serious issues is still significantly delayed. There are bottlenecks built into the city by people who do not wish to have consequence management imposed upon them. So those bottlenecks need to be removed, and there needs to be a much more forceful push for proper consequence management. But the systems are now starting to bed in, And we can actually get reports on those that are suspended, what is the progress against the proposed disciplinary actions, and occasionally we are getting people fired. Revenue collection, I don't need to talk too much about that. It is a primary focus and it is necessary for the survival, the financial survival of the city. We are gradually getting an understanding of what went wrong within our revenue system. And there are basics that weren't in place. And if the revenue system didn't have the basics in place, what about all the other systems that we have? And that has been the Audit and Performance Committee's concern for many years, is that we get the yellow and red faces in the reports, but nobody actually changes the system. I think the imperative now to collect money means we will change the revenue system. And if we learn how to change systems, how to impose disciplines, how to identify weak spots, we can use those lessons learned in other systems within the city. The other one that is very important for our survival is reducing the non-technical electricity losses and water losses in general. This is closely linked to the systems related to revenue. Illegal connections, how do we deal with them? How do we stop corrupt officials reconnecting with impunity? It's been a problem for many years. We are now starting to get a grip on it, and the faster we get a grip on it, the better. Responses to audit findings. We had a discipline process this last year, but the Auditor General reported not everything got resolved. There's still a lot of work to be done. And that commitment from the Mayor and the MMCs that the Auditor General is going to be asking for ensuring that their findings get followed up, is going to be important for future accountability. Two new ones on the list. Basic record keeping and reconciliation. Specifically in the Auditor General's report, they mention this as an issue. Sometimes our systems crumble, and we don't have the experience or the people that notice when it's crumbling. And that means that we don't always reconcile. We don't do the basics of getting a listing and following up on, is that listing actually genuine? Can we recover monies, etc. So some of the basic accounting disciplines need to be upped in order to have a proper control environment. And that links to the systems design and implementation. Are we truly thinking about creating systems that plug all the gaps, that address the issues that the Auditor General, and when I say the Auditor General, actually it's the MFMA and the public, expect us to have in terms of proper systems to protect the assets, protect the intellectual property, protect the information of the city properly. So it's a case of a commitment to proactive and continuous improvement, as the Mayor introduced this morning. Business processes need to be strengthened on an ongoing basis. The group heads and Section 56 managers, the leaders in the city, need to take ownership, and there needs to be a proactive addressing of problems. And if you're sitting in a committee of council and you're identifying that the officials just bring you problems, they don't bring you solutions, there is where your governance takes place. You need to say, I expect from you as a civil servant to come with the solutions on protecting these assets, on dealing with these issues, on responding to service delivery inquiries. Why is it that a councillor must respond to why the electricity hasn't been connected for 10 days? Why are there no systems to actually do that at the base? And if the officials are coming to you and saying we have a problem with this, we don't know how to address this, there's a lack of leadership, the official's perhaps not appropriate for the job if he isn't able to come up with a solution to that. it's important that you exercise governance and they actually do the system design and implementation. And that is the message that needs to be sent from a control perspective. Okay, so let's look at the annual financial statements. It was mentioned that the financial statements were not submitted on time, and we got a black mark from the AG for that. But that was a deliberate decision, and it was at the Audit Committee's advice. The set of financial statements that was presented at the end of October was not ready for audit. And we can't expect the institutional investors, the public, to receive half-baked goods. It's embarrassing for the Audit Committee if there's a set of financials as in the previous year. This year, the quality of the financial statements was significantly better because we had more time. In the next year, we will have less time again. But we've learned lessons. We have a new CFO. Hopefully we are replacing the people in the financial reporting section that develop the financial statements, that we have practiced preparing financial statements, that we are ready to present on time. And we can balance everything so the institutional investors get a set of financial statements they can properly interrogate. Right. The basis, we know that the assets are overvalued, and hopefully that issue will be resolved at the end of this financial year. The Auditor General also raised another 9 issues. Many of them have their root causes in us not having sufficient documentation and evidence to show that the balances are right. And this is something that has been coming for many years. In the past, the Auditor General raised it 5-7 years ago as a key audit matter. We don't get provided with our audit evidence soon enough. They've upped their game. They're now putting these things, they are important enough that they put them in as a qualification. It is something that all our employees need to accept, that they will be held accountable, and if they're not able to produce the evidence, it results in consequences. And those types of consequences say that get taken very seriously. And I think that the change from a key audit matter into qualification really says that the Auditor General has upped their game, but it says we need to up our game in terms of how we respond to them. And there's a lot of work to be done there. But we most certainly were able to address most of those that were raised in the prior year. We know how to address them. Let's now start addressing them proactively instead of waiting for the Auditor General to identify the issues. The AFS show a slightly better position to the previous year, and there are a lot of prior year adjustments in there. So actually, you can't compare last year, what was published, to this year. And last year was actually also not very accurate. They had to be corrected. So it's a bit of a moving target to say, are we in a better or worse financial position? But we remain in a precarious financial position. The liquidity of the city is on a knife edge. We need to make cuts in expenditure. We need to improve our revenue collection. I think that these are all things that are at the top of the minds of the MMCs, of the council, when it actually is looking at how do we move the city forward. But we've really got to consider whether there are structural changes needed in the staffing component of the city. We've got to consider how we actually go about funding the city. Are there alternative sources of funding that we can that are out there? And can we enhance those areas where we already have revenue streams? I've talked a little bit about there wasn't capacity to actually produce the financial statements, and hopefully we're addressing that issue now with new staff appointments. The material irregularities, as the AG said, we've resolved 5 of the 10 items. There's one new one. And The issue is, in the past we resolved none of them. Right? We resolved 5 of them in this year. They were all old. We are learning how to deal with these things. We are learning that it requires fix the system. Get rid of the people who perpetrated the issue or allowed the thing, were so negligent as to allow these massive losses for the city. Can we recover money? All of those are good disciplines to apply for the other irregularities, the things that happen on a day-to-day basis. It's something for each of the managers to consider. Am I dealing with this as if it is a material irregularity? Can I show to the Auditor General that we identified this, fixed it, got rid of the problem, recovered the money? And if we do that on a consistent basis from the practice we've had for the few big ones, we enhance our governance as well. Performance information. The Auditor General identified at least 15 items where we didn't report properly on the performance results. And he only looked at, I think, 3 of the various pillars within the city. So he didn't look at every single KPI. He looked at only 3. And of those 3, there were 15 where we didn't produce the correct information in accordance with a proper systems description and understanding of what is needed. That says for the remainder, there are probably a few more that are not properly done. And it says that there's still quite a bit of work needed to get our reporting of our performance to the point where we report on everything and we have assurance that it's all right before we give it to the Auditor General for a final check. So quarterly, internal audit go in and review that, because it's a very big part of our external reporting. The internal audit department review performance reporting quarterly and come up with also probably about 15 things wrong each time. So we know that there's a problem. We've actually got to get to the point where we address that problem. Really make sure that each one is ticked off and balanced and made sure that we've got the right information that we're reporting against. But there's a second aspect, and I think a much more important aspect, is the actual performance. And our actual performance hovers about 50%. Right? In a properly run municipal environment, we should be at least 85%. So either we're setting our objectives wrong, or there's not enough money, in which case we need to revise those objectives, or we've got to do something about it. We've got to put pressure. And that pressure really only comes from yourselves. As those charged with governance, you need to start putting pressure on those performance indicators. It's reported to you quarterly. There's a Circular 88 report as well that's very difficult to read, yellow and black document. A lot of those items are performance indicators. And they are where you can start putting pressure on the officials to actually fix them up. And there are a lot of those Circular 88 indicators that don't have targets, right? The amount of money, and this is one I always use as an example, the amount of money we've paid for staff that are on suspension, right? There's not a target, but we all know the target should be 0. We shouldn't be paying staff and have them suspended for more than 3 months. Right? There's a number of others there that don't have targets, but indicate that potentially something is wrong. And we need to start using that as a tool to actually ensure proper performance. Compliance with laws and regulations. We receive, as the APC, regular reports on that. The AGSA has also gone into a number of areas where they look at compliance. There are gaps, and that still needs to be identified and addressed. The identification of UIFW is something that in the past happened only via the Auditor General or perhaps the Internal Audit Department. What has changed now is that officials are starting to identify UIFW. It says that within the system, people are starting to identify and saying, this is improper, we need to address it, we need to fix it. And that is the best news in terms of a change in culture that one can want. Is we don't leave it up to the auditors after the fact to come and find these things. We actually start identifying them right up front. And that again is the message that you need to encourage, that people identify UIFW before it gets to internal audit or external audit stage. It's still UIFW. And if the system really works, you can perhaps expect an increase in the UIFW before it decreases. That's good governance to expect an increase, as long as you are expecting an increase. If you say we are tightening our controls, we're looking at it more carefully. Because the Auditor General only audits a sample. Internal audit only audits a sample. The officials deal with 100% of the population. They know and they can identify, and we should expect an increase as that change in culture embeds itself. Risk management and governance. We have good identification of risks. We have good descriptions of risks. We know what our risk appetite is. We just don't seem to be able to manage those risks down. Many of them are actually issues. The liquidity situation, the quality of the staff we employ, there are a number of risks that are already an issue. And our responses to risks is where the focus needs to be now. Are we really doing the right thing to address the problem we foresee? And if we can get that embedded into the city, because we have all the processes, we've got to get managers to say, am I doing the right thing to address this risk? ICT governance, the Mayor mentioned S4HANA and MSCOA. I'm an accountant, ultimate nerd. I'm actually excited about a 7-dimension accounting system. It allows you to interrogate by ward, by region, by type of service that's been offered, what's happening. And we need to start using that management information, because in the past we've looked at the city as a whole and nobody's really understood. You can't understand 42 billion rands worth of turnover within an entity as complex as this city without dividing it up into smaller portions and really looking at the detail. So the facility is there within the system to do that, and we need to start making sure that we extract that information. This MSCOA issue is not something that is simply to satisfy some bureaucrat at National Treasury. It is a valuable management tool that needs to be used and addressed. Right. Municipal entities, we can congratulate TIDA and HCT for receiving unqualified audit opinions. TIDA with 1 finding, and HCT with 6. Those 2 are small entities, right? They deal with one issue specifically. They're governed by a board of directors that pushes for a clean audit report and no audit findings. Every single Section 79 committee can start doing the same. Is taking a section of what gets done in the municipality and say, can we create a centre of excellence here? It's pressure from the top. It's that creating the expectation of, I want to see, that is going to change the city's control environment. Internal audits have provided very useful information over the last year, and I'd like to thank them for their input into our understanding as APC of the control environment. And then the Auditor General, we've been in contact with the Auditor General on a regular basis about the financial statements, about what's happening in them. I think that we appreciate the level of detail to which this report that you see and also the management report goes, and the findings that are made, because they provide very useful insights into what needs to change for the future. In addition to what that 576-page annual report does. So I'd like to then just say we take note of the opinion of the Auditor General. We agree that that opinion must be accepted, and that the financial statements and the performance information be accepted as part of this annual report of the Mayor and yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Audit and Performance Committee of the City of Tshwane, with the presentation that you have made. Now let's move on, councillors. I don't believe that there is a need for us to go for lunch. We'll do this report and finish with it, deal with the questions and finish, then we are done. That's all that is left, and we'll table the report, then after that we go home. Honorable councillors, I will now only allow clarity-seeking questions, and after this has been responded to, I will officially put the report to the council for consideration. But what we must understand is that the AG will take the questions and they will respond in writing. Having said that, it came to my attention that the answers of the report that was tabled for 2021-2022 financial year by the Auditor General was not circulated to the councillors. And it came to my attention this morning, and I'd like to apologize on that. My office will make sure that either today you receive those answers, and if not today, it will be tomorrow. But we'll make sure between today and tomorrow you receive those answers, so that the Auditor General will be able to respond on the questions that you are going to pose today. Now I'll give this opportunity to you, councillors, to ask your questions. I'll take 5 hands. Then after those 5 hands, we'll continue again, because the Auditor General is not going to respond. He will respond in writing. So I've got 1 hand there, I've got 2, I've got 3, I've got 4, I've got 5. Can you always come down? I will call you on a second round. That means when we come back, we start with you, Councillor, and Councillor Motise, and MMC, and Councillor Katlego. So, and noted, Alderman. Let's start with Councillor Jesulwan.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Earlier, I just want to put this in record. Earlier, they said all councillors of the EFF. I think it was incorrect. I think it's been dealt with the Speaker. Thank you very much. That is why we're here now. Look, Speaker, before I can table my questions to the AG, I just want to clarify something here. I think we're experiencing a problem now. And then if we don't deal with it right now, we're going to have a problem going forward. I think the chair here, the chair of the audit committee, is just saying something. I think maybe somewhere, some way, he failed to understand his roles. He wants to emerge as something else now, as a mayor or something. But look, I think the chair's supposed to be impartial and focus, not to enter on the issues that doesn't need there. Because he must focus on his mandate only. Leave politics to us. Because you want to become a politician, now you are defending. Be a chair, or else we're going to remove you. Simple as that. You can say no, because it's defending your nonsense.
Councillors, Councillor, we are doing very well. We are doing very well. Can we just, Councillor, no, I'm talking. We are doing very well. And Councillor Disilwana, we are doing very well. Please proceed to your questions and the clarity that you need from the AG. That's where your question is supposed to go, right? Please, we are doing very well. Yeah, thank you very much. Continue.
Thank you, Speaker. I agree with you. We are doing very well. But the reality must be outlined here so that people, they must not be misled when they leave this council. This guy must know his position as a chair of the committee. Let me continue with my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillors, wait, Councillor Kisulwa. Councillors, don't spoil the mood of the day, right? Allow me, MMC, to deal with Councillor Kisulwa. Don't make just gestures here. Let us be matured. Let me put it that way. So please, councillors, let us be disciplined and be in order. Then we take the questions that are coming in. Continue with your councillor. Continue with your question. What is your point of order?
The state organs, we should not be referring to these officials as this guy. Please be respectful and use their positions.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I correct.
Thank you very much. Wait, Councillor Diswa. Thank you very much, councillors. That is what I'm doing, to direct the councillor to go straight to the question, not to address the issues that were not raised. If there is any query of anything, there is a process for that. So please, Councillor, go to the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's just that other people, they come here drunk. That is why you couldn't even hear when I was correcting that. Let me continue, or else you are going to stay here for the longer time. Speaker, I'm trying to prepare the AG when it comes to take our question properly so that he understands this mandate clear. We are here to hold the official accountable here. So, as a council. But look, there is something that you must also understand when this chairperson was speaking here. The AG indicated that the accounting officer approved the deviations. And then when you check the CM policy, it does not say anything about that. But this man is not saying anything in that regard. But I think the AG take the note of that. The quick one, let me go direct now. I hope you got this one in terms of the policy of the SCM, the Auditor General. I think it's something that is being omitted somewhere, but it's okay. Look, on your notes, Auditor, on your notes on the financial statement, it shows that there is a 25 errors. I just want to ask you, as the Auditor General, are you saying in the capital city, we don't have a qualified financial staff? Are you saying we don't have a qualified officials in the finance department with these errors that you indicated on your notes of financial statement? And look, the AG, you indicated that there is a fruitless and wasteful expenditure. understated 1.4 billion in the current year and 1 billion in the previous year. But now the question is, who is hiding here? Who is hiding? Is it accounting officer? Or who? I want a clear response from you. I'm not asking them because they'll never give me answers. Because at the end of the day, we need a clarity here, AG. And then AG, you stated very well on look, there were no supporting evidence provided in the performance indicators. I just want to check why you did not put as a disclaimer opinion. Because you indicated that there is no such. Why it was not the disclaimer opinion from you? And then look, maybe you know why I'm saying it was supposed to be the disclaimer opinion from you. Remember, those performance indicators, they are the service delivery performance indicators. So you must take note of that. We are not saying because we just want to say here. These people, they are hiding under the mayor. Look, there is something I just want to correct from the mayor. When the mayor was saying, remember, we might leave this house with that intimidation, so we need to correct it quickly. The mayor, when he was speaking here, he was saying, I quote you, Mayor, you were saying, the culture it starts with the change of management. I think this is a dangerous statement. It means it brings the form of intimidation into your staff. Why can't you say, if you are the real mayor, why can't you say, replace the culture of study and then say in a form of a study by saying change management must be ahead of. If there is any things that are not in terms of the prescribed of the Municipal System Act and other acts that were governing the municipality with. It must not be as a culture of. It brings that intimidation, Mayor. I think you need to look into that. Every boss to replace that, like the manner in which I was saying, unless if you want to invite the administration. So please, try by all means to respect our administrations. Allow them to work with harmony, without any fear of intimidation from your office. And then one more last. I got a time here. You can say, I'm here. You think you are going to have a breakfast when you are not here. We are here. Look, the AG. I don't know how you're going to indicate it to, but it must be clear. But I want to bring it to our mayor. I'm aware we are not debating today about this. We're supposed to raise the questions to you. And then the time will come and then we'll deal with when you are on your spot. But look, there is what we call it the accounting officer here, which is the city manager. And then those of things that must not happen in front of him like that. I think on the next council, we must bring a serious proposal here to this council. This man must be investigated. Because he's his accounting officer. He's running away from his roles. Now, the chairperson of Audit Committee, it came to us here and then say, look, the group heads, hey, chief, this man is the one accounting to us. One of his performance key indicators is supposed to take care of that. He responded to us and then the reports come through the mayor. So, don't protect things that are not need you to protect. Please stay on your lane so that we can work in the city harmony with you. Or else we'll remove you. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors. There were three hands there. Councillor, you are next, and councillor, you'll be the first one on the second round. Councillor, you're next, and councillor, you're next. Who was the, yeah, and councilman, pardon me? No, I'll come back to you, ma'am. I'll come back to you, councillor. I'm taking one there, 2, 3, and who's the fourth one? A councillor. Okay, pardon me.
You had an order of people speaking. They've got numbers. Those
We
people.
know ourselves.
The first 5, they know their numbers. Just confirm them with them. Just confirm those first 5. Let's deal with them because you are now changing.
I'm not changing. I didn't see this hand. No, I did. So I'm responding to the point of changing. I'm not, but I didn't see it. That I must be honest with you. Pardon me? Okay. Let's then go this way. As Councillor Tisulwana has done, we take you. You give the question. We come to you. No. Councillors. No. You raised the hand when I was done with the first round. Councillor, I was alive. I was not sleeping. Wait, councillors. I was not sleeping. No, that's the only hand that I did not see. You are here in front of me. You raised the hand. Councillor, you raised the hand when I was done with the first round. So can we continue that way? Okay, Councillor. When the first person on the second round is there, then I come to you, right? Then I go this side, Councillor Makhaleni and the MMC. This is the only hand that I did not see. So, so can we then take next? I'll come back to you. You'll be the second person after the first round. Councillors, I'm not denying you a chance to ask questions, but councillors, you are Councillor Makhaleni. I'm still Councillor Makhaleni. I don't need that. Listen, Iman councillors, you are saying, wait. Councillor, you are saying the first 5 must stand up, and you are not there. Yes, you agree, all right. The first 5 between the promises and raise your hand in the first 5. Right. There are 5 now. Wait, Councillor. The first person on the first 5 was already spoken. So I have got 4 now that I need to take. You, the 3 of you, I can't know, there is no. Councillors, I'm saying, the 3 of you here, to Councillor, I'm not talking to you. Councillors, I'm taking the first 5. Yes, I'm saying she's coming in now. But you are defending it. That is his number 2. All right, okay, it's fine then. It's fine, I heard you. The next person is Lex. Lex, take the podium. Then after Lex, it's you. After you, it's you. After, exactly, we are done with the 5. Lex. So, Councillor Lex, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that there has been a number of noteworthy financial failures the world over, like Enron, Steinhoff, and more recently the collapse of FTX, that all share one common element, namely the material overstatement of their capital asset base, and therefore, considering the Auditor General's qualification on the asset base of the city, and given the major asset that the debtors book is on the city's statement of financial position and the age thereof, have you audited the status of the debtors book, especially with a view to establish the payability of that portion thereof that is claimed for services and sales of water and electricity that is at risk of or actually have prescribed and is for that reason no longer realistically recoverable? If not, do you have any intention to perform such an audit in the next year's audit, given the potential of a material overstatement of as much as 8 billion rand of the value of an asset that may materially mislead users of the city's financial statements and that it may presently represent? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Firstly, let me appreciate the excellent and detailed report from the AG. And it's very clear there is no significant difference between the previous audit and even the current one. The outcome of the audit can be described as shameful. So let me go into the questions. According to the finding, the city does not have adequate system to identify and disclose all the irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure. And therefore, the auditors were unable to determine the full extent of the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. The questions that I want to pose is that what do you suggest should have been done by the municipality to bring down this rampant, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure? Because we have got experience in terms of interacting with other municipalities, what could be the best system that could be utilized to identify the irregular expenditures? The other questions is in relation to the material uncertainty relating to going concern. You have drawn us to the attention in note 51 to the financial statements which indicate an unfavorable position and the recent negative rating of Moody, which is unchanged compared to the previous rating. So as stated in that note 51, these conditions indicate that material uncertainty exists that may cast significant doubt on the municipality's ability to continue as a going concern. The questions that I want to pose to the AG is that, is it certain that the municipality cannot continue to operate as a going concern, considering the fact that the municipality is unable to pay creditors like Rand Water and ESCOM? The other issue that I want to pose is that in the previous audit, you experienced a challenge of being unable to confirm certain costs, like, for example, the costs relating to accommodations, allowance, and the like, due to the fact that there is poor record keeping. Do you have perhaps the best solution that could be suggested to the municipality to come up with some good record keeping to enable to perform effective audit on the matter? So the next question is in relation to the chairperson of the audit. The chairperson also indicated that there is a shift in terms of the culture of the city. There is a change, though he indicated that he is a long term. I just wanted to pose these questions to the chairperson that in light of the current rampant wasteful and fruitless expenditure, do you think that the city is using the money effectively? Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Just 3 quick questions for the AG representative. Maybe let's start with the PPE element. In the city's accounting policies, as per its or as per the financial statements we received, the section on accounting policies, 1.5 deals with the methods in which the city recognizes investment assets, the method in which it recognizes the fair value of assets at the point in time, and at which cost are various assets carried. And also then, crucially, it states the depreciation method used to recognize the value of assets at a point in time. But it's over the years, the finding on PPE still comes out as on valuation of PPE, still comes out as a major finding. Is there any lack of alignment between these policies and the relevant GREP standard? Is this alignment only experienced in this municipality, or this misalignment, sorry? And if that is the case, what are the interventions the AG is taking to either educate, inform, or align on the standards of valuing the assets of the city at a point in time? And I think that's a crucial one that we want to understand. Is this a unique problem to us, or is this a wide problem? And how are you helping that this very basic accounting principle is understood, both from yourself as an auditor and from our team? Then the second one is on your report on paragraph 38, which is almost a feature of most of the report, is where you state that you cannot confirm the stated performance of various key performance indicators of the city. And in most cases where you say that, you also say that they are most likely to be overstated. So 38 is a good example of that, which is about the number of formal collection of waste. So something like that sounds very difficult to measure. And when you want a record of how many people are collecting waste, is this a type of standard that is generally achieved elsewhere? Because it sounds to us as some of these things are very, very difficult to measure. And if you want me to account to say I've got 1 million residents and each of them has received waste collection at least once a week, and I must show you a record of that. Yes, it's a lofty standard, but is there a demonstration of how that standard is achieved to prove to the auditor that all formal establishments are receiving? And so that is a good. It comes in many other places where you normally say, if I don't have this evidence, I say that this may be mistaken. The difficulty is that some of these things, in terms of of showing the evidence. So in such situation, do you have examples of how this is done in areas where it's achieved, where we can then try to arrive there? The last part is the last question, Speaker, is the methodology around the sampling in areas where sampling is applied to come up with extrapolated figures. To say that in those situations, what margin of error is the sampling methodology used, and when is and is it possible, and if so, when are we going to get to a level where it's sort of 100% sample and not using sampling, because the errors of sampling in a sense of you can look at one place or one part of the city and it may look very different from another part of the city, but your conclusion is based on the sample. So what is the sampling method, and when are we going to get to a level where we can go to beyond sampling methods to a full on auditing of the entire samples? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. This is the last councillor on the first five.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the AG for this detailed report. A report of such detail becomes a tool for our executive to continue their mission of cleaning up Tswane's finances. That being said, the audit is far more detailed than previous audits, as well as the audit before that. Is this level of detail sustainable, especially given that over-extrapolations of findings might be made as compared to other metros? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's start then the other round of 5 questions, which is I've got the councillor there, and I've got Councillor Modise, I've got Councillor Alderman Malulega, I've got both Katekos. So that's it. Please, as I've mentioned these names, I haven't called the third round. So if you are not called now, please don't raise your hand. The first hand is there, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. The question to the AG relates to the procurement of software licenses not utilized. That's paragraph 104 to 110. In that, it is mentioned that...
Councillor, you did not raise the hand. No, I'm not calling you. I'm calling the councillor behind you there. I know, councillor. We are not going there. Councillor, you go in. You are the first one, the second one, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Then you will start the new round. Yes, you'll answer these questions. You don't have to panic. Whether I call you on a 10th round, but you will ask the questions. So, go ahead, Councillor, up there.
Thank you so much, Speaker. We noticed in the past couple of years the Auditor Generals of South Africa's identified culture shift initiatives.
Councillor, what is the point of information? Councillor, a point of information on pointing people to speak.
Okay, why if you're right?
Yeah, no, it's fine, Speaker. Yes. Speaker, I just want to check, man, on a point of information, Speaker. There is a councillor here. I don't know the name exactly, but I just want to check. Is it a DA councillor or what? Because, hey, it's shocking. I think they're going to fire him soon.
Councillor, no. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Let me just start again. We noticed in the past couple of years, the Auditor General of South Africa identified a few culture shift initiatives, amongst others, the reduction of manual processes that are not effective within the performance reporting space. We've noted the enhanced oversight on and accountability on the procurement processes, including your demand management to prevent non-compliance with the laws and regulations. Now, my question to the Auditor General is then, how have you picked up, in terms of your culture shift initiatives, how has it improved the lived realities of our citizens? And if you maybe can, it's not maybe a question, a comment, but if you want to give us some input in terms of how did we as a city improve then on the lived realities of citizens with the culture shift in your audits? Thank you.
Can you switch off? Thank you. Councillor, your question?
Thank you very much, Speaker.
I'm calling the councillor at the corner, you the next after her. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, let me appreciate time that is made by the Auditor General Office to come and present this glaring report to us. Speaker, the report before us speaks to the Auditor General's cry about the insufficient evidence, the reports that were submitted that didn't have evidence, and as well as misstated. So, Speaker, my question is that on all these glaring reports and indication that the Auditor General has made, the law of the country in 2019, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, signed a Public Audit Act into a law. So in that Public Audit Act, Speaker, the Auditor General's Office has a right to pursue the city manager with regard to this report. So the Auditor General has a right to pursue the city manager with regard to this report. Is the Auditor General Office looking forward to make use of that act and ensuring that there is a consequence management on all this misinformation, lack of reporting, and clear statements that is before it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Modise.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning. I want to appreciate the report by the AG. I'm saying the AG, even though he's a representative and the chair of the Audit Committee. I think my deployed cadres have covered the great deal. Deployed cadres of the African National Congress. But I want us to be rudimentary, because when you are presented with a 350-page document, there's a likelihood that you might be lost in the process because of technicality and many things. And my first question will be hovering around what the chair of the Audit Committee have said. And I agree with him in terms of the numbering that was presented by the Auditor General. 15 items were identified wherein the submission were incorrectly done. And when you look back at the start of the presentation of the report, wherein the AG was speaking about the financial position and the statements, there's a term he used transversally and consistently for more than 20 times. I was unable to perform because of late submission, incorrect submission. And Alderwoman Mabusela says it would appear the AG is lenient or is trying to be diplomatic in the process, because what we are reading is a deliberate attempt to mislead the AG and this council. The documents were supposed to be presented on time. The city requested extension of time, And when they submitted horrible documents. In essence, it's saying, because they knew that if they submitted on time, looking at the quality of the documents, there will be adverse finding. So they bought time to mislead the AG so that they cannot get the adverse. That conduct is of somebody who doesn't qualify to be here. A councillor who is representing the constituency. We are speaking about the finances here, the heartbeat of the seat. So, you are not going to distract me. We are speaking about serious matters here. And I think without differing with the AG, but I want to question, why are you lenient in terms of your tone? Because you can read from this that it's consistent in terms of the application. You don't submit, you submit late, you postpone, you ask for extension, and then you bring the most horrible document. So ours is to say, you have been misled to arrive at a qualified, whereas this is adverse. I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Maluleke.
No, thanks, Chair. I got a little bit dizzy a minute ago. I thought I was bewitched. Somebody's using Muti here. I nearly asked for people of emergency to attend me because I was busy, seriously. Yeah, no, there are many people who believe in voodoo here. Maybe you drink. Chair, no, I ate in the morning.
Councillors, thank you very much. He's not dizzy now, so let's allow him to continue. Okay, thank you very much. Please give him a space. Please give him a space to speak. I'm not going to comment on a voodoo and muti thing, but what is important now is not dizzy. He's able to talk to us. So thank you very much.
No thanks, Chair. I just want to expound on what Councillor Mudiso has said with regard to delayed submission of AFS, that it didn't help the cause of the city. Then if we were doing tax matters, we will then try to distinguish between evasion and avoidance. Therefore, I don't know in accounting terms, representative of AG, what is it actually that the city did in this case? Because they delayed submission, but there was no improvement. Because we are just reading, and I think Councillor Mudisi amplifies that point or captures it succinctly, that you struggle to opine on many matters that are here because there was no information. And I will tell you, whether people think I'm political or what, the delay it was intentional that you do not give an opinion, because if material and information was presented to you, you are going to give an adverse opinion audit outcome here. Therefore, it was deliberate, I can tell you, because we waited, and you struggled even to present your report because of your data, are so either delayed, or you don't even know whether the investigation was completed, or whether you were still waiting for information to even give you an opinion. Therefore, this was deliberate, I can tell you. But we'll take it into the streets of elections. It's not necessarily for your consumption. We want a response from you. Is it good for an institution like the City of Tshwane that is, in my opinion, financially in the red, to submit late and to hawk on information that was not given to you? That's my first point. Councillor Mabusela and Alderman Mabusela and Councillor Mudise opines on note 27 and 29 about the responsibilities of the accounting officer. Therefore, in English, they say the fish rots at the head or from the head. Then, city manager, we are looking. I know the excuse will be that you are new here, But you've got a full complement, and I think that's what you said, AG. There's a full cohort of senior managers appointed. If at immediate glance you want to see improvement of standards, regulation, adherence, and other things. But when we receive this, you want us to forgive you that you are new. But the institution doesn't work like that. You went to interview, you knew the state of the city when you agreed to work for the city. Therefore, your first point of entry is to put your finger on what is the problem and you fix it. Therefore, we can't be lenient on the city manager in terms of things that he does and other things that they will improve. Maybe when we report, because I had a lot of maybes from you, AG, with regard to things that you believe they should have improved. That we believe that when we come back here, we believe that those MIS would, or MIs would have been attended. If there are investigation, criminal matters, will get feedback. He must be on top of those things as city manager because he is the accounting officer. There's no any other accounting officer here in law. Therefore, let's be clear. If there's lack of leadership, that needs to also have support of political leadership because sometimes the decisiveness might also be attributed to lack of political support, which we should not discount in the value chain of making sure that there's accountability. Therefore, political support must also come on board. Therefore, we're also looking at that matter seriously, AG. On note 1, you reported about 300 million and another 300 million and aggregated it to 500 million. I don't know whether it was an additional amount that it's on travel, subsistence, and accommodation. This city is on austerity measures. Therefore, there's something called, what is that? What is that policy? No. When you don't spend money because of your, you're abusing that word. Cost containment measures. Did you capture it correctly there? Are we able to spend 300 million on travel and subsistence and accommodation when we don't have money? I just want to know whether it was correct or is it an error or not one. If it's not an error, there's a problem here. That you are spending so much money on travel, subsistence and other things. When you admit that you are in the rate, that's not one. On note 13, on note 13, I'm sorry. You admit, AG, that there's a repeat, and this has resulted on hampering AG to determine and correct information and amounts that should be processed by your good self. Therefore, we just want to understand how then do we make sure that we put in place measures to improve on avoiding repeats of some of the things that you have raised in terms of that paragraph 18. Note 26 sums up what we believe that there was a deliberate hogging of information. I said it at the beginning with regard to matters of section 125(2)(e) that you have stated there. If there was information, if there's internal controls, internal auditing, reporting on quarterly basis, and there's adherence to regulations, some of the things can be avoided. But then we don't see it, and I think Chair of APC was very clear in terms of demarcated responsibilities on senior managers and other role players, because everybody must take care of what is about them. Then in church, when we want to sing, we say, brighten the corner where you are. Then if we brighten our lights where we are, all of us, therefore the institution is going to be 100% lit. Therefore, there are people that hide behind others that are not doing what is actually supposed to be done. APC Chair, we agree with you, but we should not underplay the gravity of not spending grants and not spending other monies because it's a punishment to the people. Therefore, we want to sharply hear it from you that when we don't spend this money, when performance is holding at 50%, people must go home, including these politicians. Because 50%, it says, you are stealing 50% from the people, what is meant for them in terms of service delivery. Then, if there was supposed to be water and roads, they're not getting them because of the performance is at 50% and everybody's happy. There's nothing that is happening with regard to that. You said the advice is that we should then revise our commitments down and do other things. It's well and good, but I can tell you politicians will not want to do that. They do not want to go to the people and tell them that we're incapable to deliver this. They always want to tell people that they're going to tar roads, they're going to deliver water. And what you see, in essence, it's on non-technical losses. Let me tell you what is the answer there, and the revenue, that is a problem. You can't then scale down on commitments. The only thing that you need to do is to up on revenue. And your revenue sits with electricity and water that is in all informal settlements that we're having here. Because if you put metering of that water in these informal settlements, or if you then formalize these informal settlements, you put meters, you then put meters on electricity, or you then formalize and provide electricity infrastructure, you are going to get your money. But this seat is not doing anything about informal settlements. There's an increase on many informal settlements. If you go to Outreachville there, there's a lot of informal settlement. If you go to the east, everywhere, there's nothing as a commitment. Therefore, you can scale down. Instead, formalize your infrastructure and get your revenue. Those are the solutions that we can be able to try and sponsor to our colleagues if they want to hear and listen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Makaleng.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me appreciate the time that you have given me. I want to indulge our colleagues from Auditor General on the matters stipulated on page 251, also on page 503 in the matters of overtime payments. My question is, what was the size of the sample in which the finding was made in? Citing from what you call the report, Honorable Speaker, it says overtime payments stated at 618,335,286. So we need to understand the sample that was used. In which regions did the Auditor General look into? And if it is all the regions, how many people were taken from each and every region? And were they looking into the matters of just service delivery related working colleagues like your artisans who will work on the power outages and whatnot, or the ordinary clerk in the customer service centers who comes from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock and then from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock, and there will be some extensions in terms of our outreach program sometimes where we do our Zooms, and we also knock off at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock at some times. So that is the other question. And the other question is, how many of the samples instances were found to constitute overpayment of the overtime? Because you are stating a figure here to say this particular figure was overpaid to the people, or it was paid to the people who did not do the work. So we want to understand from that particular perspective, because there is a lack of clarity into that regard. The other question that I want to know, Honorable Speaker, to our colleagues is to what extent has this finding been extrapolated, and it has extended to this extrapolation to be justified? Because into some extent, like I said earlier, when you have an electrician who have to attend to a power outage or a cable theft, there is an extent or some switching teams that will come at 11 p.m. or 10 o'clock or even into the early hours of the morning. Those particular people are needed because we need to give electricity to set affected community members. So we want to understand to say, is there any justification that we had found, if there are any, and it's just that an overall blanket that you just say this particular figure of overtime, it is a fruitless expenditure and whatnot. So, Honorable Speaker, that is my question, which I would like to have answers to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Makhaleng. MMC, Mateb.
Yeah. It's a message, yeah? Yeah. Okay. Okay, Speaker, thank you very much. And good morning, and thank you very much to the APC and the Auditor General. We take note of the report. And I must say that, Speaker, one thing that the Executive Mayor said and emphasized is that of our commitment from the Executive to ensure that we use this audit findings to continue to improve our controls, performance, and ensure legal compliance. And having said that, that tells you our attitude and the reason I'm asking this question, because my question is indeed premised on those bases. One of the findings Auditor General emphasized is on the payables, the accounts payable. And I just need, and my question, both the Auditor General and the APC Chairperson may respond to my question because it will assist us to guide the work of the Section 79 Oversight Committee going forward. Auditor General, given the fact that you performed audit procedures that have given us an opinion on the accounts payable, from those procedures, surely you have identified root causes that has given light to the opinion that you have expressed on accounts payable. And we would like to know that what is it that council and council committees can do better in minimizing that risk exposure going forward? Because from what you have further shared is that some of the concerns that you raised, especially on the wasteful and fruitless expenditure and irregular expenditure, is that there are some inadequate controls, especially from the SCM and all that, and those controls really emanate from user departments. Wherein, I'm not going to comment because you made mention of how project managers in some instances were not able to do that which they were supposed to do so that they can minimize exposure to this risk. So, and given what the chairperson of the APC have said, that the role of Section 79 committees should also be to instilling the city's values. So given that, that is why I'm saying, what is it that we as Section 79 committees can continue to, or not even continue, begin to do that is more to ensure that before you even come for an audit, periodically we are doing what we are supposed to do. The APC chairperson has also correctly said that the Auditor General and internal audits, they work on a sample basis, but management work on these things, 100% population of, the things that you come and audit. And we, as council and council committees, we hold management accountable. So it therefore means that if we are aware of things that we should focus on for them to continue to improve, because control is the responsibility of management. So it will assist us as this council. Instead of pointing fingers or passing on our responsibility, we would improve on our effective oversight so that by the time you come and do a sample, work on a sample basis, we would have periodically have done a bit of oversight on most of these things, especially from different oversight committees, instead of thinking that it is only MPEC and finance that should be doing oversight on some of these control weaknesses that you've identified. I hope my question is clear. It's clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor De Silva. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. All right, let's move. I'm taking the last 5 people. Unless there are more people that wants to say something, then can The people that this is the first hand on the last round. Any other hand? Going once? Oh, 2. Then 3. Going once, going twice, gone. So we've got only 3 hands. Starting with you, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I refer once again, it's procurement of software licenses not utilized. Those are paragraphs 104 to 110. In that, mention is made of maintenance and support costs on software licenses procured. Speaker, I just need some clarification from the AG as to what is meant by this, as our licenses themselves don't incur any maintenance or support. So if we can just get an understanding around that. And then furthermore, under point number 105 or paragraph 105, mention is made of note 49, which is the financial loss that is disclosed related to the procurement of software licenses. However, note 49 in the financial statements of ending June 2022 makes no mention of anything related to that. I don't know if that's just a mistake or if there's something within that that we need to read into. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mabutel.
Good afternoon, all. Thanks for the presentation of the report, though it's still very worrisome, and at least there is progress. So what I would like to ask the AG is that in an event where you find out the perpetual audit findings are still there in the next financial year, what will the AG be doing in that regard? And then the second one is that what advice the AG will provide to the city to curb this ongoing expenditure and wasteful and fruitless expenditure. And the other one is that what is the AG's view with regard to the loss of 2.5 billion rand on electricity, whereas there's load shedding and blackout in the country? And there's also a loss of 1.1 billion rand on water, whereas there's shortage of water in the country. What measures will the AG take? And will there be any repercussion to that effect? And will there be any consequence management to the city or accountability in that effect? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mabuta and Councillor Notunun.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Welcome, AG, into the city of Tshwane. Once more, you brought us sad news when we were expecting at least something better towards the national and provincial elections. Our people are hopeless, even worse, when they hear that there are skeleton employees in the city of Tshwane. They underestimate the price that they pay for employees on the report. They don't give you sufficient information to see how much do they pay for employees of the city of Tshwane. They underestimate that price because they know that they don't want to pay increase of salaries of employees of the city of Tshwane. So us as the EFF, I'll make just a simple example, AG. We fought the issue of supplying food for councillors when they come to council, so that we can limit the expenditure of the city. It was us, the EFF, who proposed that. It was to at least reduce some useless expenditure for the city, save that money for very important issues like supplying service delivery issues in the city. So what has this mayor and the accounting officer done to try to do something about the mess that we are continuously in for the second to the third year now in terms of the audit outcomes? Perhaps they must go and take advice
from the council leadership that led the Ekurhuleni city previously, because you can see it's the only municipality. You can go to the newspapers, you yourself, the Auditor General, can attest in the whole country is a little bit improving compared to others. So they must go and seek advice there. So this government of the EFF indeed is trying to do something. The mayor proposed before he got into the office that is going to sell some of the assets of the state that were not being used, including the airport there. But only thing that he sold there was the carcass of animals there in the reserves.
Councillor Notonon, can your presentation or your question be relevant on what we are in? Please. I'm telling you. Thank you.
So we want to know who are those people that are not providing sufficient information for the city not to get an unqualified audit? How many have they been written warnings? How many have they been removed from their positions due to the problem that we found ourselves in? So those are you see, the last time, Speaker, the Auditor General spoke about the internal control systems. Ne? We were waiting for the report that will say, due to the recommendation of the previous Auditor General's report, those recommendations have worked. They've done 1, 2, and 3. But nothing that comes out, nothing. So all those recommendations that you had the previous year have fallen into deaf ears of the DA and the Action SA. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That is the end of the question time. And now we are moving forward. Thank you very much, AG, for being part of this meeting, and you were able to present the report of the city. Now, honorable councillors, I would like to excuse the representatives of the Auditor General and the chairperson of Audit and Performance Committee from the podium, and you are welcome to join the other guests in the gallery if you wish so. May I allow you to be excused, please? We can clap hands for them as they are taking their stuff. Thank you very much. We can give them the round of applause. They've done what they were asked to do. Both of them. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sit down, Councillor Disuran. Sit down, please. Councillors, please take your seats. We are almost there, councillors. What I'd like to remind the House is that we must understand that this report still needs to go to the community consultation. Honorable councillors, I will now officially put the audited annual report for the city of Tshwane as contained in part 1, item 1 of the agenda, as tabled by the executive mayor The report is in page 3 to 569 with recommendations on page 13. The reference number of this report is 35626/1, City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, tabling an audited annual report of the City of Tshwane and its municipal entities for 2022-2023 financial year, submitted in accordance with Section 127, subsection 2 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003 and Section 46 of the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000. This is from the Special Mayoral Committee, and the report is on page 3 to 569. Recommendations are on page 13. As recommended? Thank you very much. Honorable Councillors, I thank you for the valuable inputs during this meeting. The meeting now is concluded. This meeting is adjourned.
Speaker, we want to congratulate ANC Kuruleni for having a mayor they elected. Amanda!
Matata, Madonna. Go tlile go nna thata ko Ekurhuleni, go tlile go nna bokete ko Ekurhuleni. Ekurhuleni, here comes problems, mathata. Yeah.
Joe, pila ka santo ai lo gona di specialist because people family una di